I can do that. Let me just organize this. As long as it's tight on here. Yeah, nobody's. That's the secret.
There's no sense of me giving 10 minutes. But we will use it. But I don't know.
I mean, we did that after.
Yeah, I know. We use it more. And then I reference it in the book.
I'm just gonna say this. I think it's
Can you see if battery times? I'm just going to be required to.
you know what? Let me call David. Let me call David.
Pass the license. We could just do
Hi, David. I'm gonna need you a little bit of now that I'm
Why not just go? We're going to count it. Say, when you're done cabin, please ask for questions. Here it says cabin. Questions for everyone. At 3-minute mark, I said, thanks so much. And then you say, yeah, I heard.
Yeah.
Oh, you can? You went all the way
I gotta run down there too.
Oh yeah? Which one?
go and do what the hell he wants to do.
today voted to allow I'm with the AC. I'm just wondering who you all are with, because I know you have the different our shirts are reflective of the fact that, like, today, the Supreme Court handed down a decision. They will not uphold the Sacklers bankruptcy case. So their bankruptcy filing was wild, and then the judge who oversaw the bankruptcy filing was pleased, granted them immunity, and all their children and everyone that they could designate immunity. So, like, if I do something wild and get arrested, my children aren't held irresponsible, other people aren't held irresponsible, but that judge that now works for the Sackler family is wild, right? Well, the judge to employed by the same family that he did really interesting bankruptcy, which I think is wild. Yes, wild. Like, people that work there that, like, and things that come out about, like, you know, memos and stuff that went to the company. So, and like the Richard Sacklers was saying, like, we're going to create a lizard of prescriptions because they knew that OxyContin is a lot like heroin. And their entire motive was that we're going to pay you abuse or use the substance irresponsibly. We're going to pay them as a problem. Not that you're paying people for heroin, you're going to sell it, right? You're going to make a lot of money doing it. And so the Supreme Court today said that they're not going to. So that means that families cannot pursue litigation against the Sacklers. So, like, my daughter. Yeah, so like my daughter, I had filed claim for her years ago.
Well, that sounds like a good place to stop.
Right. So, but like, she's gonna get it. If they were allowed to do that. That's not gonna happen for me, but that's never gonna happen for anyone else.
With your vibrator?
Like, no. So we families across the U.S. submit their documents. Really nice. Capital. And there's thousands of people that are included in this national memorial. And so it's unique in that there's people that believe in harm reduction. Like, I'm a harm reduction kind of person. Like, I think people should have access to services. They should have access to a substance. They should have access. People are going to do the thing anyway. Life is hard. We try to make it less hard. So the federal government. But there's people who are not, in my way of thinking, that they're very, like, you know, substance use is something that's wrong. But there's things we agree on. I think everyone should have access to treatment. So it's bringing together groups of people that normally don't sit in the same room and have conversations. And so one of the things is we want the opioid settlement funds that we secured through litigation to also be used by what the families want to use for ourselves. We need access to treatment, enforcing transparent laws, ABA accommodation for substance, which already is a thing, just no one enforces it. And so we want to do whatever we can to try to stop what's currently happening. Lots of people got it. We don't need to increase them. You got to do that thing today.
I would love to.
Yeah. But it's important, like it's important because there might be somebody there who's like, oh, I lost my son, I lost my dad, we can have a conversation about that. And then we'll get the Democratic and the Vice Presidential committee.
I don't give a fuck. What I care about is that the earth is laundry, and that's what we're here to talk about.
Yeah, so we're in our campus, we're based in New York, so upstate New York, about halfway between New York City and Sarah. titles to our land outside access to it. They never have to tell me that they can Narcan. Because not every family is ready to have that conversation about why we need Narcan. I don't want to go in a pharmacy and have the pharmacist tell my mom she's not getting Narcan. And we distribute, we went from distributing like 700 doses of Narcan in a year to distributing like thousands.
We're on a pink umbrella.
Yeah.
5 miles away.
Yeah. In Albany, outside of Albany, transit sucks. You're not getting around that way. Yeah, we don't, like, outside of New York City, that's really the place that has public transit. The rest of us really don't. Like, oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah, you're like, no, you're like outside the city.
Oh, yeah, I know.
I know.
Oh, well, this stuff for sure.
We participated in action at the Guggenheim Museum 2 years ago.
I'm looking out.
Fine.
Thanks.
We're the two.
Somerville too. Come save the war friend.
I've been doing that all day.
Yeah, you said that. Yeah. level stuff that we put in the basement. It's to
Then you change it around. Been there 2 days. Not finished.
So we put a too close to the roof, I just have to place it. So a couple of quotes to have it, just a couple of leaves maybe. Cheap as 10. I said to the last guy, no, a year or two they'll come around and offer trees.
I couldn't believe it.
That's great. Double check. It's a big nice to display. It's got big. So it's too long to discretion. I watched a YouTube video and it took about 2 minutes to explain. I'll find it. It's in the 3 months.
Also, I read it. I said, do you have that?
Yeah, so now you've actually got it. And all you do is you go through the sideways. But finding it, you have I said it was just 3 people coming in. Yeah. Well, this thing's like 20 times faster. It's been sitting in. So the engine. So I got this YouTube I got the hot tube just would only ever occasionally like if you plug it in and just wouldn't connect. Fit the whole family is here.
No, I wanted to. Yeah. Because we have to take this camera. What time do they
It's like 6 a.m.
no, I don't want. I'm trying to avoid. I'm trying to avoid crazy time.
6:50.
So, what? When? Today or tomorrow? I'm not happy with that. I like my beauty sleep. Okay. Okay. Can we do it at 11?
Where we can
I mean, we need a general plan. Actually, that's okay. Maybe we can drive to the church or the interview the reverend.
Alright, so they just want one thing on
It's like a 10-minute, 15-minute drive.
when you talk to them.
Yeah, so
And then they want to go down to church.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah? It just makes more sense that the street was pretty empty.
Yeah, just trying to remember the church. I mean, down that one people.
Yeah, that's what, yeah. I mean, there's like the main entrance with the stairs and the cross.
Just one, we're going to be outside.
Yeah.
That's you. We're not going to do it. No.
Yeah. So after the debate, what we'll start it out with and you pick. Yeah. And then there will be a part that you just read it. Yeah, just do the voiceover from the camera, and then we need one the spin room, and then we need the ending.
You know we can just...
Yes, exactly. That's why we're not going to do it. We're just going to, this is what happens. Yeah, that's
We've got from the other ones.
but they don't have the audio up, right?
Yeah, there's speakers and stuff. We're ready.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you, John.
It's a pleasure. 5:30. So it's, the good thing is it's got the transmitter's got so just to download everything because I'm always changing. I'm only using but the bigger, better, and so it also has 32 bit recording, so if you need to boost the volume, you can boost it from 10,000%. And but the better than voice isolation is finding the file, a bunch of people that they do something. So if you Google it, click on it, think that voice and comments, you've got to create a new user. If you subscribe to a database, you get a better version of it, which allows you to adjust the amount of because I just the basic 300, all you can do is get just the I actually had to lower the level and boost the original camera just to get it some outdoors. And so if you have any problem with it, it's before you get off the skirt. But because I've got the bottom cheapest, the freest, limited to like 1 hour of audio per day. Yeah, so it's if I do it, I'll take it. think so, yeah. But at least even as a whole, And so this the number two teacher.
I still use it. Yeah. Sweet. How much are you paying us to watch that one? Yeah, how much are you paying us?
Is there any cricket on tonight?
No, it's not. It's only the final.
So who won the other game?
England got thrashed by India.
Did they?
India won.
Everyone's saying how it'd be great if Afghanistan. Ronnie baby. Probably won't be. going to take one, two. It's ABC. Oh, yeah. I was going to work with 2016.
I wonder why they they've had it on there for 30 years. It's almost July. That was last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably won't do all four.
I don't think you need all four.
university spaces. You also have like school classes that are being you have that suburban community that everyone's talking about. You also have rural elements. It's really what we're getting like involved and things like content like
I'm just laughing down there, so like, that's very seasonal. Like TikTok does all the viral TikTok content, but that's embarrassing and funny. It's like, no, I got Republicans and Byron Donald fans. So very yeah, well, clearly shows they very simple. I bet if you go to TikTok. No, I just
parties, and what Roland used to happen to Donald Trump is the question about provisions as potential leaders. And that is a very, very complicated thing. And just a quick note, we did some video just less than 15 minutes ago over the debate minutes. We will be right back.
That's perfect.
There's almost a wink and a nod where they're saying, that's what we hope, we don't really know what we're going to see that. I talked to Vivek Ramaswamy about, I talked to him about which version of Trump he is expecting to see. Here's what he has to say. not very happy with that. We've got a lot of work on there. Well, it's been interesting. You know, throughout the last few weeks, President Trump has been saying, well, they need to show up, he's going to deal with drugs, they need to get sets together. Some of the Trump folks I spoke to were very open about the fact that there is a fear that the expectations for Biden may have been set too low, where Biden comes out and doesn't just turn into dust on stage, that people looking at home will say, wow, this actually went really well for him, he did a good job. And so they did talk about the expectations, what we're seeing. And the other big thing that we're hearing from Trump is concern over the moderators. They are very worried about the fact that essentially with 301, here's Byron Donson again, some of the Trump people hopes to see from the CNN. This debate does matter, and a lot of people are going to make up their mind based on this. Awesome, thank you.
All right, we'll go live down there later.
Thank you for waiting. Can you help me with that?
Yes.
I was freaking out when I couldn't hear the audio for the first one. I was like, is it not playing? I was like, am I staring at the camera right now? And you watch? I couldn't really hear it because I was on there.
is a challenge. It is a challenge. And I do think when people are going to grocery stores and they're scared to look at the numbers going up and have them take stuff out the basket and take it back in front of their children, those things are points of pain. The problem is Donald Trump's proposal would make all that dramatically worse. And I mean, you're talking about a bunch of economists came out and said you would have inflation with a rocket on the back of it if Donald Trump got back in. And so that's a tougher argument to make. But the idea that you got to be able to go back in time and have this kind of imaginary, wonderful moment where the country was united and everything was great, that never happened. That's mythology. That's United States of amnesia. And that.
But I think you know what? I think you can't get into a too broad impression.
Y aunque este candidato quiera seguir hablando, siga, no se le va a poner desechando las posibilidades de interrupción. Estos candidatos fueron una de las cosas las cuales estuvieron en contra de la Comisión de Debates y estos debates en las elecciones de 2020. Y eso es parte del formato que vamos a ver el día de hoy. Están las comisiones más para
Neither of them are great visionaries. Painting a picture of what is the country supposed to be for them, because they both are not the most articulate
Gentlemen, thanks so much for being here. Let's begin the debate, and let's start with the issue that voters consistently say is their top concern, the economy. President Biden, inflation has slowed, but prices remain high. Since you took office, the price of essentials has increased. For example, a basket of groceries that cost $100 then now costs more than $120. And typical home prices have jumped more than 30%. What do you say to voters who feel they are worse off under your presidency than they were under President Trump?
We're going to take a look at what I was left when I became president. Mr. Trump died. We had an economy that was in free fall. The pandemic was so badly handled. Many people were dying. All he said was, it's not that serious. Just then take a look. Things should be wrong. Should be all right. The economy collapsed. It was terrible. And so what we had to do is try to put things back together again. And that's exactly what we began to do. We created 15,000 new jobs. We brought out a position where we have 800,000 manufacturing jobs. But there's more to be done. There's more to be done. Working class people are still in trouble. From Scranton, Pennsylvania, I come from a household where the kitchen table, things weren't able to be met during the month was a problem. Price of eggs, the price of gas, the price of hard to make sure I deal with those problems. And we're going to make sure that we reduce the price of housing. We're going to make sure that we build 2 million new units. We're going to make sure we cap rents so corporate greed can't take over. The combination of what is left in the corporate greed is the reason why we're in this problem right now. In addition to that, we're in a situation where if you had to take a look at all that was done in his administration, he didn't do much at all. By the time he left, things were in chaos, literally chaos. And so we put things back together. We created, I said, those jobs in a situation where we brought down the price of prescription drugs, which is a major issue for many people. To $15 for an insulin shot as opposed to $400. No senior has to pay more than $200 for any drug, all the drugs they can include beginning next year. And the situation is we're going to make that available to everybody, to all Americans. So we're working to bring down the price around the kitchen table, and that's what we're going to get done.
Best economy in the history of our country. We have never done so well. Everybody was amazed by it. Other countries were copying us. We got hit with COVID, and when we spent the money necessary so we wouldn't end up in the Great Depression, the likes of which we had in 1929. By the time we finished, so we did a great job. We get a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for the military, and no wars, and so many other things. Everything was rocking good. But the thing we never got the credit for, and we should have, is getting us out of that COVID mess. He created mandates that was a disaster for our country, but other than that, we had given them back a country where the stock market actually was higher than pre-COVID, and nobody thought that was even possible. The only jobs he created were for illegal immigrants and bounce-back jobs, the bounce-back from the COVID. He has not done a good job. He's done a poor job, and inflation is killing our country. It is absolutely killing us.
Thank you. President Biden?
Well, look, the greatest economy in the world, he's the only one who thinks that, I think. I don't know anybody else who thinks we have the greatest economy. The fact of the matter is that we find ourselves in a situation where his economy, he rewarded the wealthy. He had the largest tax cut in American history. In the military, you know, when he was president, they were still killing people. And we still found ourselves in a position where you had a notion that we were this safe country. The truth is, I'm the only president this century that doesn't have any troops down anywhere in the world like he did.
Tariff on all goods coming into the U.S. How will you ensure that that doesn't drive prices even higher?
It's not going to drive them higher. It's just going to cost countries that have been ripping us off for years, like China and many others, in all for a lot of money, reduce our deficit tremendously, and give us a lot of power for other things. But he made it. The only thing he was right about is I gave you the largest tax cut in history. I also gave you the largest regulation cut in history. That's why we had all the jobs. And the jobs went down, and then they bounced back, and he's taking credit for bounce-back jobs. You can't do that. He also said he inherited 9% inflation. No, he inherited almost no inflation, and it stayed that way for 14 months. And then it blew up under his leadership because they spent money like a bunch of people that didn't know what they were doing, and they don't know what they were doing. It was the worst, probably the worst administration in history. There's never been. And as far as Afghanistan is concerned, I was getting out of Afghanistan, but we were getting out with dignity, with strength, with power. He got out. It was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country's life.
President Trump, over the last 8 years, under both of your administrations, next year, you want to extend that even further, you say. With the U.S. facing trillion-dollar deficits and record debt, why should top earners and corporations pay even less in taxes than they do now?
Because the tax cut spurred the greatest economy that we've ever seen just prior to COVID. And even after COVID, it was so strong that we were able to get through. Nobody else has had. We got hit with COVID. We did a lot to fix it. I gave him an unbelievable situation with all of the therapeutics and all of the things that we came up with. We gave him something great. Remember, more people died under his administration than our administration, and we were right in the middle of it, something which a lot of people don't like to talk about. But he had far more people dying in his administration. He did the mandate, which is a disaster, mandating it. The vaccine went out, he did a mandate on the vaccine, which is the thing that people most objected to about the vaccine. And he did a very poor job, just a very poor job. And I will tell you, not only poor there, but throughout the entire world, we're no longer respected as a country. They don't respect our leadership. They don't respect the United States anymore. We're like a third world nation between weaponization of his election, trying to go after his political opponent. All of the things he's done, we've become like a third world nation. And it's a shame. The damage he's done to our country, and I'd love to ask him, and will, why he allowed millions of people to come in here from prisons, jails, and mental institutions to come into our country and destroy our country.
President Trump, we will get to immigration later in this block. President Biden, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to this question about the national debt.
He had the largest national debt of any president in a 4-year period, number one. Number two, he got $2 trillion tax cut, benefited the very wealthy. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America, billionaires in America. And what's happening? They're in a situation where they, in fact, 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers, they've raised $500 million, billion dollars, I should say, in a 10-year period. We'd be able to wipe out his debt, we'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID, excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Well, he's right, he did beat Medicare, he beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare. Because all of these people are coming in, they're putting them on Medicare, they're putting them on Social Security, they're going to destroy Social Security. This man is going to single-handedly destroy Social Security. These millions and millions of people coming in, they're trying to put them on Social Security. What's happened to our country in the last 4 years is not to be believed. Foreign countries, I'm French, respect it. They don't like us. We give them everything they want, and they think we're stupid. They think we're very stupid people. What we're doing for other countries.
They're used in about 2/3 of all abortions. As president, would you block abortion medication?
First of all, the Supreme Court just approved the abortion bill, and I agree with their decision to have done that, and I will not block it. And if you look at this whole question that you're asking, complex, but not really complex. 51 years ago, the United States, everybody, without exception, Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives, everybody wanted it back, religious leaders. And what I did is I put 3 great Supreme Court justices on the court in favor of killing Roe v. Wade and moving it back to the states. This is something that everybody wanted. Now, 10 years ago or so, they started talking about how many weeks and how many this is getting into other things. But every legal scholar throughout the world, the most respected, wanted it brought back to the states. I did that. Now the states are working it out. If you look at Ohio, it was a decision that was an end result. It was a little bit more liberal than you would have thought. Kansas, I would say the same thing. Texas is different. Florida is different. but they're all making their own decisions right now. And right now, the states control it. That's the vote of rape, incest, and the life of the mother. I think it's very important. Some people don't. Follow your heart, but you have to get elected also. And because that has to do with other things. You got to get elected. The problem they have is they're radical because they will take the life of a child in the 8th month, the 9th month, and even after birth. After birth, if we look at the willing to do this, he said, we'll put the baby aside and we'll determine what we do with the baby, meaning we'll kill the baby. What happened is we brought it back to the states, and the country is now coming together on this issue. It's been a great...
Thank you. President Biden? It's been a terrible thing. The fact is that the vast majority of support Roe. And that's this idea that they're all against it is just ridiculous. And this is the guy who said the state should be able to have it. We're in a state where in 6 weeks, you don't even know whether you're pregnant or not, but you cannot see a doctor, and have him decide on what your circumstances are, whether you need help. The idea that states are able to do this is a little like saying we're going to turn civil rights back to the states, that each state had a different rule. Look, there's so many young women who have been, including a young woman who just was murdered, and he went to the funeral. The idea that she was murdered by an immigrant coming in to talk about that. But here's the deal. There's a lot of young women being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses, brothers and sisters. It's just ridiculous. And they can do nothing about it. And they try to arrest them when they cross state lines.
Thank you.
There's been many young women murdered. It's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. And he opened it up, and these killers are coming into our country. And they are raping and killing women. And it's a terrible thing. As far as the abortion is concerned, he's gone back with the states are voting. In many cases, it's frankly a very liberal decision. In many cases, it's the opposite. But they're voting, and it's bringing it back to the vote of the people, which is what everybody wanted, including the founders if they knew about this issue, which frankly they didn't. But they would have, everybody wanted it brought back. Ronald Reagan wanted it brought back. He wasn't able to get it. Everybody wanted it brought back, and many presidents had tried to get it back. I was the one to do it. And again, this gives it the vote of the people, and that's where they wanted it. Every legal scholar wanted it that way.
Staying on the topic of abortion, President Biden, 7 states, I'll let you do that, this is the same topic. 7 states have no legal restriction on an abortion. Do you support any legal limits on how late a woman should be able to terminate a pregnancy?
I supported Roe v. Wade, which had 3 trimesters. First time is between the woman and the doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor, between the woman and the state. The idea that the politicians, that the founders wanted the politicians to be the ones making decisions about women's health is ridiculous. That's the last. No politician should be making that decision. A doctor should be making that decision. That's how it should be run. That's what you're going to do. And if I'm elected, I'm going to restore Roe v. Wade.
So that means he can take the life of the baby in the 9th month and even after birth, because some states, Democrat run, take it after birth. Again, the former governor of Virginia, put the baby down, then we decide what to do with it. So he's willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th and kill the baby. Nobody wants that to happen, Democrat or Republican. Nobody wants it to happen.
That is simply not true. The Roe v. Wade does not provide for that. For 51 years, that was the law. 51 years, constitutional scholarship said it was the right way to go. 51 years. If the MAGA Republicans, he gets elected, and the MAGA Republicans control the Congress, and they pass a universal ban on abortion, period, across the board, at 6 weeks or 7 or 8 or 10 weeks, something very, very conservative. Is he going to sign that bill? I'll veto it. He'll sign it.
Thank you.
Let's turn now to the issue of immigration and border security. President Biden, a record number of migrants have illegally crossed the southern border on your watch. Overwhelming border states and overburdening cities such as New York and Chicago, and in some cases causing real safety and security concerns. Given that, why should voters trust you to solve this crisis?
Because we worked very hard to get a bipartisan agreement that not only changed all of that, it made sure that we are in a situation where the border, with the number of border police there are now, we significantly increased the number of asylum officers, significantly by the way, the Border Patrol endorsed me, endorsed my position. In addition to that, we found ourselves in a situation where when he was president, he was separating babies from their guns. Since I've changed the law, what's happened? I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. It's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look, we had the safest border in the history of our country. The border, all he had to do was leave it. All he had to do was leave it. He decided to open up our border, open up our country to people that are from prisons, people that are from mental institutions, insane asylum, terrorists. We have the largest number of terrorists coming into our country right now, all terrorists, all over the world, not just in South America, all over the world. They come from the Middle East, everywhere. All over the world they're pouring in. And this guy just left it open. And he didn't need legislation, because I didn't have legislation. I said, close the border. We had the safest border in history. In that final couple of months of my presidency, we had, according to Border Patrol, who is great, and by the way, who endorsed me for president, but I won't say that, but they endorsed me for president. Brandon. Now we have the worst border in history. There's never been anything like it. And people are dying all over the place, including the people that
First who's done anything across the border is one who came along and killed three, under his administration, killed an Al-Qaeda person come in his administration, killed 3 American soldiers, killed 3 American soldiers. That's the only terrorist that's there. I'm not saying that no terrorists ever got through, but the idea they're emptying their prisons, we're welcoming these people, that's simply not true. There's no data to support what he said. Once again, he's exaggerating, he's lying.
President Trump, staying on the topic of immigration, you've said that you're going to carry out, quote, the largest domestic deportation operation in American history, unquote. Does that mean that you will deport every undocumented immigrant in America, including those who have jobs, including those whose spouses are citizens, and including those who have lived here for decades? And if so, how will you do it?
Just 1 second. He said we killed 3 people. The people we killed are al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, the 2 greatest terrorists, biggest terrorists anywhere in the world. And it had a huge impact on everything, not just border, on everything. He's the one that killed people with a bad border, including hundreds of thousands of people dying, and also they're killing our people in New York, in California, and every state in the union, because we don't have borders anymore. Every state is now a border. And because of his ridiculous, insane, and very stupid policies, people are coming in and they're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen. We call it migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. They're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen before. And you're reading it like these 3 incredible young girls over the last few days. One of them, I just spoke to the mother, and he just had the funeral for this girl, 12 years old. This is horrible what's taken place. What's taken place in our country, we're literally an uncivilized country now. He doesn't want it to be. He just doesn't know. He opened the borders. Nobody's ever seen anything like. And we have to get a lot of these people out, and we have to get them out fast, because they're going to destroy our country. Just take a look at where they're living. They're living in luxury hotels in New York City and other places. Our veterans are on the street. They're dying because he doesn't care about our veterans. He doesn't care. He doesn't like the military at all. And he doesn't care about our veterans. Nobody been worse. I had the highest approval rating for veterans taking care of the VA. He has the worst. He's gotten rid of all the things that I approved. Choice that I got through Congress, all of the different things I approved, they abandoned. We had by far the highest, and now it's down in less than half, because he's done all these great things that we did. And I think he did just because I approved it, which is crazy. But he has killed so many people at our border by allowing all of these people to come in. And it's a very sad day in America.
President Biden, you have the mic.
Every single thing he said is a lie. Every single one. For example, veterans are a hell of a lot better off since I passed the PACT Act. 1 million of them now have insurance, and their families have it. Their families have it because what happened, whether it was Agent Orange or burn pits, they're all being covered now. And his group opposed that. We're also in a situation where we have great respect for veterans. My son spent a year back with stage 4 glioblastoma. I was recently in France for D-Day, and I spoke all about those heroes that died. I went to the World War II cemetery.
Magazine that's failing, like many of these magazines. He made that up. He put it in commercials. We've notified him. We had 19 people that said I didn't say it. And think of this. Who would say in better care of our soldiers than I have? To think that I would, in front of generals and others, say suckers and losers. We have 19 people that said it was never said by me. It was made up by him, just like Russia was made up, just like the 51 intelligence agents are made up, just like the new thing with the 16 economists are talking. It's the same thing. 51 intelligence agents said that the laptop was Russia disinformation. It wasn't. That came from his son, Hunter. It wasn't Russia disinformation. He made up the suckers and losers, so he should apologize to me right now.
Four-star general standing at your side who was on your staff, who said the idea that I have to apologize to you for anything along the line. We've done more for veterans than any president has in American history. American history. And they now are in their family. The only sacred obligation we have as a country is to care for our veterans when they come home and their families and equip them when they go to war. That's what the VA is doing now. They're doing more for veterans than ever before in our history.
All right, thank you so much.
Topic of foreign policy. I want to begin with Russia's war against Ukraine, which is now in its third year. Former President Trump, Russian President Vladimir Putin says he'll only end this war if Russia keeps the Ukrainian territory it has already claimed and Ukraine abandons its bid to join NATO. Are Putin's terms acceptable to you?
First of all, our veterans and our soldiers can't stand this guy. They can't stand him. They think he's the worst commander-in-chief, if that's what you call him, that we've ever had. They can't stand him. So let's get that straight. And they like me more than just about any of them. And that's based on every single bit of information. As far as Russia and Ukraine, if we had a real president, the president that knew, that was respected by Putin, he would have never invaded Ukraine. A lot of people are dead right now, much more than people know. You know, they talk about numbers. You can double those numbers, maybe triple those numbers. He did nothing to stop it. In fact, I think he encouraged Russia from going in. I'll tell you what happened. He was so bad with Afghanistan. It was such a horrible embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, that when Putin watched that and he saw the incompetence, that he should have fired those generals, like I fired the one that you mentioned, and so he's got no love lost, but he should have fired those generals. No general got fired for the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. Never would have invaded Ukraine. Never. Just like Israel would have never been invaded in a million years by Hamas. You know why? Because Iran was broke with me. I wouldn't let anybody do business with them. They ran out of money. They were broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for anything. No money for terror. That's why you had no terror at all during my administration. This place, the whole world is blowing up under him.
President Biden?
I've never heard so much malarkey in my whole life. Look, the fact of the matter is that we're in a situation where, let's take the last point first. Iran attacked American troops, caused brain damage for a number of these troops, and he did nothing about it. Recently, not when he was president. They attacked. He said they're just having headaches. That's all it is. He didn't do a thing when the attack took place, number one. Number two, we got over 100,000 Americans and others out of Afghanistan during that airlift. Number three, we found ourselves in a situation where, if you take a look at what Trump did in Ukraine, this guy told Trump, do whatever you want, do whatever you want. And that's exactly what Trump did to Putin, encourage him, do whatever you want. And he went in. And listen to what he said when he went in. He was going to take Kyiv in 5 days, remember? Because it's part of the old Soviet Union. That's what he wanted to reestablish, Kyiv. And he, in fact, didn't do it at all. He wasn't able to get it done. And they've lost thousands and thousands of troops, 500,000 troops.
President Trump,
I
if
never
come back
said
to you
that.
for 1 minute, I just want to go back to my original question, which is, are Putin's terms acceptable to you?
Not acceptable. But look, this is a war that never should have started. If we had a leader in this war, he led everybody along. He's given $200 billion now or more to Ukraine. He's given 200 times that Zelensky comes to this country. He walks away with $60 billion. He's the greatest salesman ever. And I'm not knocking him. I'm not knocking anything. I'm only saying The money that we're spending on this war, and we shouldn't be spending, it should have never happened. I will have that war settled between Putin and Zelensky as president-elect before I take office on January 20th. I'll have that war settled. People being killed so needlessly, so stupidly, and I will get it settled, and I'll get it settled fast before I take office.
President Biden, you have a minute.
The fact is that Putin is a war criminal. He's killed thousands and thousands of people. And he has made one thing clear. He wants to reestablish what was part of the Soviet Empire, not just a piece. He wants all of Ukraine. That's what he wants. And then do you think he'll stop there? Do you think he'll stop when if he takes Ukraine? What do you think happens to Poland? What do you think of Belarus? What do you think happens to those NATO countries? And so if you want a war, you ought to find out what he's going to do, because if in fact he does what he says and walks away, by the way, all that money we give Ukraine are from weapons we make here in the United States. We give them the weapons, not the money at this point. And our NATO allies have produced as much funding for Ukraine as we have. That's why we're strong.
Thank you. Moving on to the Middle East. In October, Hamas attacked Israel, killing more than 1,000 people and taking hundreds of hostages, among those humanitarian crisis in Gaza. President Biden, you've put forward a proposal to resolve this conflict, but so far Hamas has not released the remaining hostages, and Israel is continuing its military offensive in Gaza. So what additional leverage will you use to get Hamas and Israel to end the war? You have 2 minutes.
Number one, everyone from the United Nations Security Council straight through the G7 to the Israelis and Netanyahu himself have endorsed the plan I put forward. Which has 3 stages to it. The first stage is trade the hostages for a ceasefire. Second phase is a ceasefire with additional conditions. The third phase is the end of the war. The only one who wants the war to continue is Hamas, number one. They're the only ones standing out. We're still pushing hard to get them to accept. In the meantime, what's happened? In Israel, we're finding the only thing I've denied on populated areas. They kill a lot of innocent people. We're providing Israel with all the weapons they need and when they need them. And by the way, I'm the guy that organized the world against Iran when they had a ballistic missile attack on Israel. No one was hurt. No one Israeli was accidentally killed, and it's for Israel of anyone in the world. And so they're 2 different things. Hamas cannot be allowed to be continued. We continue to send our experts and our intelligence people as to how they can get Hamas like we did bin Laden. You don't have to do it. And by the way, they've been greatly weakened, Hamas, greatly weakened, and they should be. They should be eliminated. But you've got to be careful for using certain weapons among populations.
Out of business. We were spending almost 100% of the money was paid by us. He didn't do that. He's going to put up the money. We're over $100 billion more spent, and it has a bigger impact on them because of location, because we had an ocean in between. You got to ask them, as far as Israel and Hamas, Israel's the one that wants to go. He said the only one who wants to keep going is Hamas. Actually, Israel is the one, and you should let him go and let him finish the job. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian, but they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one.
President Biden, you have a minute.
I've never heard so much foolishness. This is a guy who wants to get out of NATO. Are you going to stay in NATO? He's going to pull out of NATO. The idea that our strength lies in our alliances as well. There may be a big ocean, but we're ever able to avoid a war in Europe, a major war in Europe? What happens if, in fact, you have Putin continue to go into NATO? We have an Article 5 agreement. Attack on one is attack on all. You want to start the nuclear war he keeps talking about, go ahead. Let Putin go in and control Ukraine and then move on to Poland and other places. See what happens then. He has no idea what the hell he's talking about. And by the way, I got 50 other nations around the world to support Ukraine, including Japan and South, because they understand that this kind of dislocation has a serious threat to the whole world peace. No major war in Europe has ever been able to be contained just to Europe.
President Trump, just to follow up, would you support the creation of an independent Palestinian state in order to achieve peace in the region?
I'd have to see, but before we do that, the problem we have is that we spend all the money. So they kill us on trade. I made great trade deals with the European nations. Because if you add them up, they're about the same size economically. Their economy is about the same size as the United States. And they were no cars, they don't want anything that we have, but we're supposed to take their cars, their food, their everything, their agriculture. I changed that. But the big thing I changed is they don't want to pay. And the only reason that he can play games with NATO is because I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. I said, and he's right about this, I said, no, I'm not going to support NATO if you don't pay. They asked me that question, would you guard us against Russia? At a very billions and billions of dollars came flowing in the next day and the next months. But now we're in the same position. We're paying everybody's bills.
Let's turn to the issue of democracy. Former President Trump, I want to ask you about January 6, 2021, after you mandated counting of electoral votes. As president, you swore an oath to, quote, preserve, protect, and defend, unquote, the Constitution. What do you say to voters who believe that you violated that oath through your actions and inaction on January 6th and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I don't think too many believe that. And let me tell you about January 6th. On January 6th, we had a great border. Nobody coming through, very few. On January 6th, we were energy independent. On January 6th, we had the lowest taxes ever. We had the lowest regulations ever. On January 6th, we were respected all over the world. All over the world, we were respected. And then he comes in, and we're now laughed at. We're like a bunch of stupid people. What happened to the United States' reputation under this man's leadership is horrible, including weaponization, which I'm sure at some point you'll be talking about, where he goes after his political opponent because he can't beat him fair and square.
You have 80 seconds left. My question was, what do you say to those voters who believe that you violated your constitutional oath through your actions and inaction on January 6, 2021, and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I didn't say that to anybody. News from 2 days ago, on tape to her daughter, who's a documentary filmmaker, they say, but she's saying, oh no, it's my responsibility. I was responsible for this. Because I offered her 10,000 soldiers or National Guard, and she turned them down. And the mayor in writing, by the way, the mayor in writing turned it down, the mayor of D.C. They turned it down. I offered 10,000 because I could see, I had virtually nothing to do. They asked me to go make a speech. I could see what was happening. Everybody was saying they're going to be there on January 6th. They're going to be there. And I said, you know what? There's a lot of people coming. You could feel it. You could feel it too, and you could feel it. And I said, they ought to have some National Guard or whatever. And I offered it to her. And she now admits that she turned it down. And it was the same day she was...
Patriots and great patrons of America. In fact, he says he'll now forgive them for what they've done. You know, they've been convicted. He says he wants to commute their sentences and say that no. He went to every single court in the nation. I don't know how many cases, scores of cases, including the Supreme Court. And they said, no, this guy is responsible for doing what was done. He did do a damn thing. And these people should be in jail. And they should be the ones who are being held accountable. And he wants to let them all out. And now he says if he loses again, such a whiner that he is, that there could be a bloodbath.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Yes. What they've done to some people that are so innocent, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. When they ripped down Portland, when they ripped down many other cities, you go to Minnesota, Minneapolis, what they've done there with the fires all over the city. If I didn't bring in the National Guard, that city would have been destroyed. When you look at all of they took over big chunks of Seattle. I was all set to bring in the National Guard. They heard that, they saw them coming, and they left immediately. What he said about this whole subject is so off. Peacefully patriotic. One other thing, the Unselect Committee, which is basically two horrible Republicans that are all gone now out of office, and Democrats, all Democrats, they destroyed and deleted all of the information they found because they found out we were right. We were right. And they deleted and destroyed all of the information. They should go to jail for that. If a Republican did that, they'd go to jail.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, I want to give you a minute.
The only person on this stage is a convicted felon, is the man on the the fact of the matter is, what he's telling you is simply not true. The fact is that there was no effort on his part to stop what was going on up in Capitol Hill. And all those people, every one of those who were convicted, deserves to be convicted. The idea that they didn't kill somebody, just went in and broke down doors, broke the windows, occupied offices, turned over desks, turned them over statues. The idea that those people are patriots? Come on. When I asked them the first two debates we had, the first time around, I said, will you denounce the Proud Boys? He said, no, I'll tell them to stand by. The idea he's refusing, will you denounce these guys? Will you denounce the people we're talking about now? Will you denounce the people who attacked that Capitol? What are you going to do?
I'm going to give you a minute, President Trump, for a follow-up question I have. After a jury convicted you of 34 felonies last month, you said if reelected, you would, quote, have every right to go after, unquote, your political opponents. You just talked about members of the Select Committee on January 6th going to jail. Your main political opponent is standing on stage with you tonight. Can you clarify exactly what it means about you feeling you have every right to go after your political opponents?
Well, I said my retribution is going to be success. We're going to make this country successful again, because right now it's a failing nation. My retribution is going to be success. But when he talks about a convicted felon, his son is a convicted felon at a very high level. His son is convicted, going to be convicted probably numerous other times. Should have been convicted before, but his Justice Department let the statute of limitations lapse on the most important things. But he could be a convicted felon as soon as he gets out of office. Joe could be a convicted felon with all of the things that he's done. He's done horrible things. All of the death caused at the border, telling the Ukrainian people that we're going to want $1 billion or you change the prosecutor, otherwise you're not getting $1 billion. If I ever said that, that's quid pro quo. That we're not going to do anything. We're not going to give you $1 billion unless you change your prosecutor, having to do with the son. This man is a criminal. This man, you're lucky. You're lucky. I did nothing wrong. We'd have a system that was rigged and disgusting. I did nothing wrong.
Thank you, President. President Biden, you have said, I'm coming right to you, sir. Well, you want to respond? Go ahead. I'll give you a minute to respond.
The idea that I did anything wrong relative to what you're talking about is outrageous. It's simply a lie, number one. Number two, the idea that you have a right to seek retribution against any American just because you're president is wrong. It's simply wrong. No president's ever spoken like that before. No president in our history has spoken like that before. Number three, the crimes that you are still charged with. And think of all the civil penalties you have. How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties for molesting a woman in public, for doing a whole range of things, having sex with a porn star on the night while your wife was pregnant? I mean, well, what are you talking about? You're the morals of an alley cat.
You're good night, sir.
I didn't have sex with a porn star. Number one. Number two,
So this is Ty. Ty, this is Domingo Garcia.
Nice to meet you. Sorry. How are you doing?
Nice to see you.
I won't keep you too long, but I appreciate you talking with me.
Sure.
Probably like 3 or 4 questions, maybe 5.
No problem.
It's probably going to be 5 since it's me,
Okay.
but
Whatever, either way.
Do you want me to close the door so we don't have the feedback from there?
no, I got a good mic for that, but thank you. All right. So like I like to tell everyone, you'll look at me, not the camera.
Sure.
Kind of keep your feet planted, but that's about it. I'll just hold this right here. So first question is just, I have you say your first name, your last name, and spell it for me?
My name is Domingo Garcia, Domingo, Garcia, Garcia, Natural President of LULAC.
Oh, and sorry, could you say your title one more time?
Natural President of LULAC, the League of Latin American Citizens.
Perfect. So tell me a little bit about, did you know the presidential debate was going to happen during this conference?
We did not. We had actually invited President Biden and former President Trump to come speak, and we found out that the debate was going to be held the day that we were here at the conference. So neither one were to.
So personal thoughts, how do you think the debate is going so far?
Well, I think they're both in a slugfest. Even though their ages, they're both attacking each other, putting out their positions. I think the American people have some very sensitive drama.
So one of the things we did see them talk about so far was immigration. Being the president of the LULAC, is there anything you heard that made you concerned, or anything that you heard that was positive?
Well, ex-President Trump failed to answer the question: is he going to try to deport 13 or 14 million immigrants, taking children and spouses from others, people that have been here 20, 30 years, people that have served in the military? how is he going to do it? Who's going to pay for it? He didn't answer that question. He deflected, and I think that's dangerous because we've seen what people who are autocrats do when they talk about immigration. And we saw what Hitler said he was going to do to the Jews or the Gypsies or other people, and I think that's very dangerous. That Trump refused to answer that question, and Biden did say he wanted to secure the border and deal with immigration on a bipartisan basis.
Gotcha. Obviously, I think a lot of people, they know Trump, they know Biden coming into this debate. Is this kind of what you expected, or has there been anything that kind of stood out as unusual?
A bad guy. I think that might sway some of the independents, and Biden has been able to hold his own, but he has made a couple of goofballs.
Right, and that's been a big issue with the Biden campaign is that, the Trump campaign has certainly pushed this idea that he's not fit to serve, and it sounds like overall he's been doing well, but those slip-ups you think might hurt.
Yeah, I think that's just Biden. He's been for Obama, but unfortunately now he's the president, and he is 80-something years old. I think though he showed that he's still a president, commander-in-chief, and he can hold his own, but he definitely can tell that age is having an effect.
We're at the kind of halfway point. I just want to get your thought on, there was a chance there wouldn't be a debate at all. Do you think it was worth having one for people to get to see this?
I think it's very important in a democracy and in America that there always be a debate. I thought it was a little bit chicken shit for Trump not to debate the Republicans that were in the primary, and I think it's important that we have a debate and that both sides get aired because we're sort of these two worlds. If you just watch Fox or you just watch MSNBC or one side or the other side's point of view, and I think it's important for the American people to get both sides. And this is one of the rare times where we're seeing that happen, where if you're a Republican or a Democrat, you get to hear the other side.
I think I got to get back to it, and I'll let you get back to it. But kind of my last question is just the way this debate has been very different. There's no live audience. Obviously, we have an audience here, and they've been muting the mics. Do you think that that's made a difference in how the debate's been going?
I think so. It stops them from trying to override or overtalk somebody else and not answer the question and just step over the other candidate. And I think that's good. And it makes sure that we get both sides and not just a bunch of people arguing with each other.
You're totally welcome not to answer this. I always like to let people know that, but just in case, would you be willing to say, who you're supporting right now?
We're nonpartisan. I'm not endorsing either candidate.
I think that's great. It's also a chance for an audience with multiple different views to be able to watch it together. I think that'll be my last question. It's just, how's it been to see members of the LUAC watch this debate together?
I think it's very important, again, in a democracy, having voters that are informed, getting people to go out there and vote and select the candidate of their choice. That's what democracy is about. That's what America is being built on. And we're one of that still stands tall. And what America is a democracy for the rest of the world should be.
I'll get you one close to me.
I'm going to grab him real quick, but yeah, if you want to. Let's see. Oh, it's casino lighting, none of it. But I think, walk over there, I don't know why I'm pointing from here. Right on where the carpet meets the tile. Oh, on this side, sorry. Yeah, a little better, Okay, so just to give you a heads up, you'll look at me, not the camera.
Sure.
Let me raise it up just a little bit.
You see me to record, so hopefully.
Yeah, I always like to say if I ask a question you don't want to answer, just say like, hey, can we skip that? That is totally fine. I just like to let people know. And you'll see me look over at the camera, but you'll kind of just stay right on me.
Sure.
First question is just could I have you say your first name, your last name, and spell it for me?
Skylar Baird, SKY. I went to the convention and it said that there was a free showing here at Zuni Palace, so I'm not affiliated with it.
Sounds good. So what made you want to attend a watch party?
I have a deep passion for our country. I love our country. I think that having conversations with people is important and understanding other points of view is important. And so I wanted to come and do it in a public area. So I would.
Excuse me.
Public.
Thank you. You knew the question even if I did. So how do you think Trump's been doing tonight so far? What's your opinion?
I think he's doing pretty good with interrupting, and people didn't like that. And so having the mics turn off is a good thing. But I think he's been fairly good with his demeanor and his, he has a very snarky way of dealing with controversy. And I think for the most part, he's been able to hold back on that and stick to the facts.
Speaking of topics, as a voter, I'm sorry, where are you from? Are you from Vegas?
Salt Lake City.
Salt Lake City. What are some of the top subjects for you? Like, maybe what's the top 3 things that you really want to hear these two talking about?
You know, the most important things that are facing us, artificial intelligence, nuclear war, and the economy. I mean, those are the things that are on my mind. Those are the things I lose sleep over. Those are the things I dream about. And I don't think people understand even the slightest degree the dangers of AI and how it's going to affect the world, for good and for bad. I wish that we had younger candidates that could lean into those things that are changing so quickly. I'm actually a little bit surprised because he is doing more of those personal attacks, which I think that if he could stray away from those, that it would lean better to those moderate voters. But he has been doing a lot of personal attacks. Definitely not the cards that he should be playing.
Interesting. You mentioned, we talked about a little bit about the AI, but I was wondering if you could expand on the nuclear war part a little bit.
Yeah, so I don't think we've ever been this close to nuclear war, at least in my lifetime. I definitely think that the world was a much more peaceful place under Trump's leadership. He has a very strong personality. He's not going to mess around. And so if you were messing around, he's going to come deal with you quickly and decide. And I think that gave a lot of confidence to different world leaders that are bad actors. And I think that's why we have different wars happening right now, especially with Ukraine. And I think that the Western powers telling Ukraine not to negotiate early in the war was a disaster. It was a terrible idea. I think that Putin's made clear multiple times that he's willing to negotiate or willing to stop the war, but we keep it going and we keep wanting it to be there, thinking that, oh, we're going to save Ukraine, we're going to get all this land back. But all that's really happening is hundreds of thousands of men are dying, and Ukraine is just advancing further and further. Russia's just advancing further and further, and it's really a travesty. And now we've got a nuclear-powered submarine just sitting off the coast of the eastern United States, one of Russia's, and it's scary.
And they did talk about Ukraine. Is there anything you heard that gave you optimism, or anything that made you kind of concerned what one of the candidates had to say?
I think the most concerning thing is just that there doesn't really seem to be an end in sight for the Democrats, and even a lot of people here that were in the crowd were cheering, oh, we got to protect democracy, we got to protect democracy. Ukraine is literally one of the most corrupt nations in the world, and has been for a long time, and it's not that we don't need to protect them, but it is that we need to allow people to protect themselves, and it's not America's job to be the world police. We like to think we are, and it spurs our economic activity, and the industrial complex loves it, and all that, but there are diplomatic solutions that don't involve hundreds, if not millions of people dying.
Sounds like it's getting started again, so I want to let most of us get back to it. So my last question is just, we've still got probably halfway there. If you had to put one above the other right now from what you've seen, who do you think's taking the? It's hard to say it's a victory because it's not a boxing match at the end. But who do you think's kind of presented themselves better?
You know, it's very interesting because this event that we're watching, sorry, I'm gonna go.
Yeah, of course.
So in this setting that we are right now, a lot of the people that I'm surrounded by are Democrats, and so hearing them cheer at different things and hearing them
minority candidates, we made sure that they had health insurance. We have covered, if the ACA has the authority of the ACA again, and they're going to try again for them. We find ourselves in a position where the idea that we're not doing it,
It was the hottest year in recorded history, and communities across the country are confronting the devastating effects of extreme heat, intensifying wildfires, stronger hurricanes, and rising sea levels. Former President Trump, you've vowed to end your opponent's climate initiatives, but will you take any action as president to slow?
And they've taken great offense at it, and now they see it happening. But when they see what I did for criminal justice reform and for the historically South Carolina, he came to me with the idea. It was a great idea. It's one of the most successful economic development acts ever in the country, opportunity zones, and the biggest beneficiary are blacks. And that's why we have the best numbers with them in maybe ever. They're saying ever. I read this morning, where ever, the best numbers. He's lost
much of the black population because he's done a horrible job for black people. He's also done a
take any action as the president to slow the climate crisis.
So I want absolutely immaculate clean water, and I want absolutely clean air, and we had it. We had H2O. We had the best numbers ever, and we were using all forms of energy, all forms, everything. And yet, during my 4 years, I had the best environmental numbers ever. And my top environmental people gave me that statistic just before I walked on the stage.
I don't know where the hell he's been. He said it's true. I passed the most extensive climate change legislation in history. We find ourselves, by the way, black colleges. I came up with $50 billion for HBCUs, historic black universities and colleges, because they don't have the kind of contributors that they have to build these laboratories and all that. Any black student is capable in college of doing any white student can do. He just doesn't have the money, but now they'll be able to get those jobs in high tech. We're in a situation where the idea that he is claiming to have done something that had cleanest water, he ain't done a damn thing with that. There's no way back. The only existential threat to humanity is climate change, and he didn't do a damn thing about it. He wants to undo all that I've done.
The Paris Accord was going to cost us $1 trillion, and China nothing, and Russia nothing, and it was a ripoff of the United States. And I ended it because I didn't want to waste that money because it treated, and it was a disaster. But everything that he said just now, I'll give you an example. I heard him say before insulin. I'm the one that got the insulin down for the seniors. I took care of the seniors. What he's doing is destroying all of our medical programs because the migrants coming in, they want everybody. And look, I have the biggest heart on the stage. I hear our schools, our hospitals, and they're going to be taking over Social Security. He is destroying Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid.
The idea is that we, in fact, we were the only ones of consequence. We're not members of the Paris Accord. How can we do anything we're not able to, the United States can't get this under control? One of the largest polluters in the world, number one. We're making significant progress. That he claims that he has the biggest heart up here and he's really concerned about pollution and about climate. I've not seen any indication of that. And by the way, with regard to prescription drugs, one company agreed that they would reduce the price to $35, which I was calling for, one, voluntarily. I made sure every company in the world, every pharmaceutical company, cannot have to pay it. And by the way,
so every day, millions of Americans struggle just to make ends meet. For many older Americans, Social Security provides a critical lifeline. President Biden, if nothing is done to Social Security, seniors will see their benefits cut in just that you're willing to take to keep Social Security solvent.
yes, make the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share. 6% of their income, of their paycheck, every single time they get a paycheck at the time of the first one they get when they're 18 years old. The idea that they're going to, I'm proposing that everybody, they pay, the millionaires pay 1%. So no one I've not raised the cost of Social Security for anybody under $400,000. After that, I began to make the wealthy begin to pay their fair.
Do you think that would be able to help keep Social Security solvent, or is that one enough?
Well, no, that one enough will keep it solvent. But the biggest thing I'll do if we defeat this man, because he wants to get rid of Social Security. He thinks there's plenty to cut in Social Security. He's wanting to cut Social Security and Medicare, both times. And if you look at the program put forward by the House Republican caucus that he supports, is in fact want to cut it as well. The idea that we don't need to protect our seniors is ridiculous. And by the way, the American public has greater health care coverage today than ever before. And on the ACA, as I said, we're in a circus where we talk about education for black communities. I've raised the amount of money for Pell Grants, another $8,000. So anybody making under $70,000 a year is going to be able to get $15,000 toward the tuition. He just doesn't know what he's talking about.
Thank you, President Trump.
So I've dealt with politicians all my life. I've been on this side of the equation for the last 8 years. I've never seen any lie like this guy. I've never seen a who lie like this guy. I've never seen who can look you in the face. So many things too. And we mentioned the laptop, we mentioned Russia, Ukraine, and everything he does is a lie. It's misinformation and disinformation. The losers and suckers story that he made up, it's a total lie on the military. It's a disgrace. But Social Security, he's destroying it because millions of people are pouring into our country, and they're putting them onto Social Security, they're putting them onto Medicare, Medicaid, they're putting them in our hospitals, they're taking the place of our citizens. What they're doing to the VA, to our veterans, is unbelievable. Our veterans are living in the street, and these people are living in luxury hotels. He doesn't know what he's doing, and it's really coming back. I've never seen such anger in our country before.
The idea that veterans are not being taken care of, I told you before. By the way, when I said suckers and losers, he said he acknowledged after that he fired that general. That general got fired because he's the one that acknowledged that that's what he said. He was the one standing with Trump when he said it, number one. Number two, the idea that we're going to be in a situation where all of these millions and millions, the way he talks about it, illegal aliens are coming into the country and taking away our jobs. There's a reason why we have the fastest growing economy in the world, the reason why we have the most successful economy in the world. We're doing better than any other nation in the world. And by the way, those 15 Nobel laureates he talked about being phony, those 15 Nobel laureates, economists, they all said that if Trump's reelected, we're likely to have a recession and inflation is going to increase in law. And by the way, worst president in history, 159 presidential scholars voted as president in the history of the United States of America.
Which many American families struggle to afford. President Trump, both you and President Biden have tried to address this issue, but the average cost of child care in this country has risen to more than $11,000 a year per child. For many families, the cost of child care for 2 children is more than their rent. In your second term, what would you do to make child care more affordable?
Just to go back, the general got fired because he was good. And if he said that, that's why he was no good. I fired him. This guy hasn't fired anybody. He never fires. He should have fired every military man that was involved with that the Afghanistan horror show, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. He didn't fire. Did you fire anybody? Did you fire anybody that's on the border, that's allowed us to have the worst border in the history of the world? Did anybody get fired for allowing 18 million people, many from prisons, many from mental institutions? Did you fire anybody that allowed our country to be destroyed? Joe, our country is being destroyed as you and I sit up here and waste a lot of time on this debate. This shouldn't be a debate. He is the worst president. He just said about me because I said it. But look, he's the worst president in the history of our country. He's destroyed our country. Now all of a sudden he's trying to get a little tough on the border. He came out with a nothing deal, and it reduced it a little bit, like this much. It's insignificant. He wants open borders. He wants our country to either be destroyed or he wants to pick up those people as voters. And I don't think, we just can't let it happen. If he wins this election, our country doesn't have a chance, not even a chance, of coming out of this rut. We probably won't have a country left anymore. That's how bad it is. He's the worst in history by far.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden?
We're the most admired country in the world. We're the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity. We're the finest country in the history of the world. The finest in the history of the world. No one thinks we're weak. No one wants to screw around with us. Nobody. Number one. Number two, the idea that we're talking about worst presidents. I wasn't joking. Look it up. Go online. 159 or 58, don't hold me the exact number, presidential historians. They had meetings and they voted who was the worst president in American history. One through best to worst. They said he was the worst in all of American history. That's a fact. That's not conjecture. You can argue they're wrong, but that's what they voted. The idea that he is doing anything to deal with child care. He did for virtually nothing in child care. We should significantly increase the child care tax credit. We should significantly increase the availability of women and men of single parents to be able to go back to work, and we should encourage businesses to have.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, the question was about what would you do to make child care more affordable, if you want to take your minute.
Just so you understand, we have polling, we have other things that they rate him the worst because what he's done is so bad. And they rate me, I'll show you, I will show you, and they rate me one of the best, okay? And if I'm given another 4 years, I will be the best. I think I'll be the best. Nobody's ever created an economy like us. Nobody ever cut taxes like us. He's the only one I know. He wants to raise your taxes by 4 times. He wants to raise everybody's taxes by 4 times. He wants the Trump tax cuts to expire. So everybody, including the 2 of you, are going to pay 4 to 5 times. Nobody ever heard of this before. All my life I grow up and I see politicians talking about cutting taxes. When we cut taxes, as I said, we did more business. Apple and all these companies, they were bringing money back into our country. The worst president in history by far, and everybody knows it.
Well, the fact of the matter is that he's dead wrong about, he's increasing tariff, he will increase the taxes on middle-class people, in food, and all the things that we're importing. Number 2, he's in a situation where he talks about how he has not raised, he somehow helped the middle class. The middle class has been devastated by him. Now you want a new tax cut of $5 trillion over the next 10 years, which is going to fundamentally bankrupt the country. We have the largest deficit of any president in American history, number 1. Number 2, you have not, in fact, made any contact, any progress with China. We are the lowest trade deficit with China since 2010.
Thank you, President Biden. Thank you, President. Let's discuss an epidemic impacting millions of Americans that both of you have made a top priority in your first term, the opioid crisis. And for both of you, the number of overdose deaths in this country has gone up. Under your term, it went up. Under your term, it has gone up. Former President Trump, despite the efforts that both of you have made, more than 100,000 Americans are dying from overdoses every year, primarily from fentanyl and other opioids. What will you do to help Americans right now in the throes of addiction who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
To finish up, we now have the largest deficit in the history of our country under this guy. We have the largest deficit with China. He gets paid by China. He's a Manchurian candidate. He gets money from China. So I think he's afraid to deal with it or something. But you notice he never took out my tariffs because we bring in so much money with the tariffs that I imposed on China. He never took them away. He can't because it's too much money. It's tremendous. And we saved our steel industries, and there was more to come, but he hasn't done that. But he hasn't cut the tariffs because he can't, because it's too much money. But he's got the largest deficit in the history of our country, and he's got the worst situation with China. China's going to own us if you keep allowing them to do what they're doing to us as a country. They are killing us as a country, Joe, and you can't let that happen. You're destroying our country.
So, President Trump, you have 67 seconds left. The question was, what are you going to do to help Americans in the throes of addiction right now who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
Jake, we're doing very well in addiction until the COVID came along. We had 2.5, almost 3 years of like nobody's ever had before, any country, in every way. And then we had to get tough. And it was the drugs pouring across the border it started to increase. We got great equipment. We bought the certain dog. It's the most incredible thing that you've ever seen, the way they can spot it. We did a lot. And we were getting very low numbers, very, very low numbers. Then he came along. The numbers, have you seen the numbers now? It's not only the 18 million people that I believe is even low, because the gotaways, they don't even talk about gotaways. But the numbers of the amount of drugs and human trafficking in women coming across our border, the worst thing I've ever seen. And numbers that nobody's ever seen under him because the border's so bad. But the number of drugs coming across our border now is the largest we've ever had by far.
President Trump, thank you. President Biden.
Fentanyl and byproduct fentanyl went down for a while. And I wanted to make sure we use a machinery that can detect fentanyl. These big machines that roll over everything that comes across the border. And it costs a lot of money. That was part of this deal we put together. It's a bipartisan deal. More fentanyl machines, more be able to detect drugs, more numbers of agents, more numbers of all people at the border. And when we had that deal done, he called his Republican colleagues said, don't do it. It's going to hurt you politically. No, he never argued it's not a good bill. It's a really good bill. We need those machines. We need those machines. And we're coming down very hard in every country in Asia in terms of precursors for fentanyl. And Mexico is working with us to make sure they don't have the technology to be able to put it together. That's what we have to do. We need those machines.
Thank you, President Biden. And President Trump, and again, the question is about Americans in the throes of addiction right now, struggling to get the treatment they need.
Well, this does pretend to do it. He ended Remain in Mexico. He ended catch and release. I made it catch and release in Mexico, not catch and release here. We had so many things that we had done, hard negotiations with Mexico, and I got it all for nothing. It's just like when you have a hostage. We always pay $6 billion for a hostage. Every time we say it's a hostage. Now we have a hostage, the Wall Street Journal reporter. I think a good guy, and he's over there because Putin is laughing at this guy, probably asking for billions of dollars for the reporter. I will have him out very quickly as soon as I take office. Before I take office, I said by literally as soon as I win the election, I will have that reporter out. He should have had him out a long time ago, but Putin's probably asking for billions and billions of dollars because this guy pays it every time. We had 2 cases where we paid $6 billion for 5 people. I got 58 people out, and I paid essentially nothing.
Thank you, President Trump. Dan?
Let's turn to concerns that voters have about each of you. President Biden, you would be 86 at the end of your second term. How do you address concerns about your capability to handle the toughest job in the world well into your 80s?
Well, first of all, I spent half my career being criticized for being the youngest person in politics. I was the second youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate, and now I'm the oldest. This guy's 3 years younger and a lot less company. I think this is the right thing. I turned around the horrible situation you left me. As I said, 15 million new jobs, 800,000 manufacturing jobs, more investment in America, over billions of dollars of private investment in enterprises that we are growing. By the way, we brought off a lot of people, the whole idea of computer chips reached out 40% of the market. We invented those chips, and we lost it because he was sending people to find the cheapest jobs overseas and to bring home a product. So I went to South Korea. I convinced Samsung to invest billions of dollars here in the United States. And guess what? Those fabs, they call them, to build these chips, those fabs pay over $100,000. You don't need a college degree for them. And there's billions, about $40 billion already being invested and being built right now in the United States, creating significant jobs for Americans from all over the world.
President Biden, you have 40 seconds left. Would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I would. The idea that somehow we are this failing country. I never heard a president talk like this before. We're the enemy of the world. Name me a single major country president wouldn't trade places with the United States of America. All our problems and all our opportunities. We're the most progressive country in the world in getting things done. We're the strongest country in the world. We're a country in the world that keeps our word, and everybody trusts us. All of our allies and those who he calls up to, from Kim Jong-un, we sent love letters to, and Putin, etc.
Thank you. Former President Trump, to follow up, you would be 82 at the end of your second term. What do you say to voters who have concerns about your capabilities to serve?
Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. We made it public. He took none. I'd like to see him take one, just one, a real easy one. I go through the first 5 questions. He couldn't do it. But I took 2 cognitive tests. I took physical exams every year. And, you know, we knock on wood wherever we may have wood, that I'm in very good health. I just won 2 club championships, not even senior, 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way. And I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. I think I'm in very good shape. I feel that I'm as in good a shape as I was 25, 30 years ago. Actually, I'm probably a little bit lighter. But I'm in as good a shape as I was years ago. I feel very good. I feel the same. But I was willing to take a cognitive test. And you know what? If I didn't do well, I aced them. Dr. Ronnie Jackson, who's a great guy when he was the White House doctor. And then I took another one, a similar one. And one of them said they've never seen anybody ace it.
Thank you.
You can see he is 6'5" and only 225 pounds. Still 6'4", 200. Well, anyway, that's the anyway. Just take a look at what he says and what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. I mean, I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6. And I told you before, how do you play golf if you carry your own bag?
It was a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap. 8. I had,
I've seen this one, I know this one.
Okay, let's not Will you pledge tonight that once all legal challenges have been exhausted, that you will accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins, and you will say right now that political violence in any form is unacceptable?
Well, I shouldn't have to say that, but of course I believe that. It's totally unacceptable. And if you would see my statements that I made on Twitter at the time, and also my statement that I made in the Rose Garden, you would say it's one of the strongest statements you've ever seen. In addition to the speech I made, in front of, I believe, the largest crowd I've ever spoken to, and I will tell you, nobody ever talks about that. They talk about a relatively small number of people that went to the Capitol, and in many cases were ushered in by the police. And as Nancy Pelosi said, it was her responsibility, not mine. She said that loud and clear. But the answer is, if the election is fair, free, and I want that more than anybody. And I'll tell you something. I wish he was a great president, because I wouldn't blame myself. I wouldn't be under indictment because I wouldn't have been his political opponent. Because he indicted me because I was his opponent. I wish he was a great president. I would rather have that. I wouldn't be here. I don't mind being here. The only reason I'm here is he's so bad as a president that I'm going to make America great again. We're going to make America great again. We're a failing nation right now. We're a seriously failing nation. And we're a failing nation because of him. His policies are so bad. His military policies are, they're insane. These are wars that will never end with him. He will drive us into World War III, and we're closer to World War III than anybody can imagine. We are very, very close to World War III, and he's driving us there. And Kim Jong-un, and President Xi of China, Kim Jong-un of North Korea, all of these, Putin, they don't respect him, they don't fear him, they have nothing going with this gentleman, and he's going to drive us into World War III.
World War III. Let him follow and win, and let Putin say, do what you want, NATO. Just do what you want. There's a thing called Article 5. An attack on one is an attack on all. A required response. The idea, I can't think of a single major leader in the world who wouldn't trade places with the job I've done, what they've done. Because we're a powerful nation. We have wonderful people. It's because of the people, not me. It's because of the American people. They're capable of anything, and they step up when they're needed. And right now, we're needed. We're needed to protect the world because of our own safety as a state. And again, you want to have a war, just let Putin go ahead and take Kyiv, make sure they move on, see what happens in Poland, Hungary, and other places along that border. Then you have a war.
President Trump, as I come back to you for a follow-up, the question was, will you accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins?
Just to finish, he said, Russia from Bush, they took a lot of land from Obama and Biden. They took no land, nothing from Trump, nothing. He knew not to do it. Not going to play games with me. He knew that. I got along with him very well, but he knew not to play games. He took nothing from me. But now he's going to take the whole thing from this man right here. That's a war that should have never started. It would have never started, ever, with me. And he's going to take Ukraine. And, you know, you asked me a question before, would you do this? He's got us in such a bad position right now with Ukraine and Russia. Because Ukraine's not winning that war. He said, I will never settle until such time. They're running out of people. They're running out of soldiers. They've lost so many people. It's so sad. They've lost so many people, and they've lost those gorgeous cities with the golden domes that are 1,000 years old, all because of him and stupid decisions. Russia would have never attacked
if I were
President Trump,
president.
the question was, will you accept the results of the election? Yes or no, please.
If it's a fair and legal and good election, absolutely. I would have much rather accepted these, but the fraud and everything else was ridiculous. And if you want, we'll have a news conference on it in a week. Or we'll have another one of these in a week. But I will absolutely, there's nothing I'd rather do. It would be much easier for me to do that than I'm running again. I wasn't really going to run until I saw the horrible job he did. He's destroying our country. I would be very happy to be someplace else, in a nice location someplace. And again, no indictments, no political opponent stuff, because it's the only way he thinks he can win. But unfortunately, it's driven up my numbers and driven them up to a very high level, because the people understand it.
Let's see what your numbers are when this election is over. Let's see. You're a whiner. When you lost the first time, you continued, you appealed and appealed to courts all across the country. Not one single court in America said any of your claims had any merit, state or local. None. But you continue to provoke this lie about somehow there's all this misrepresentation, all this stealing. There is no evidence of that at all. And I tell you what, I doubt whether you'll accept it because you're such a whiner. You can't stand loss. Something's snapping you when you lost.
We'll be right back.
Sail to the heart of historic cities, an unforgettable scenery with Viking. Unparalleled from the coast to iconic local life and cultural treasures. Because when you experience Europe on a Viking longship, you'll spend less time getting there and more time being there. Viking, exploring the world in comfort.
I've spent my career working in tech, and today I'm a leading software company. I'm excited about the future of American innovation, especially with artificial intelligence, where the U.S. currently leads the world. American researchers are making exciting new discoveries, and U.S. companies are investing billions in AI solutions that will strengthen small businesses. But foreign competitors like China want to surpass America in AI. Our leaders need to protect America's competitive edge. HCM is a serious heart condition affecting as many as 1 in 200 people. Like me. Want to surpass America in AI. Our leaders need to protect America's competitive.
Do you think this debate is helping President Trump, his case going
Clearly.
forward? Yeah.
Clearly.
Why do you think that?
Because people are seeing and hearing his words from his own perspective directly and not being filtered and in word splice through a very biased media who has no semblance of being able to keep their opinions to themselves and has no regard for the being able to properly represent who's on the other end of the camera.
Thank you so much.
All right.
What is your name, first and last?
Tom Llewellyn.
Spell Llewellyn.
L-L-E-W-E-L-L-Y-N.
Tom, where do you live?
I live in Milford. And very, very strong supporters of the Maddoxes. And I think it's absolutely outrageous that not only at the federal level, but here in Michigan, the legal system has been criminalized to have Republicans be put to a type of persecution that is that should never be in the political arena.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate your time.
We've made significant progress on the block road left by President Trump in his last term. We found ourselves in a situation where, number one, we have to make sure that we have a fair tax system. I ask anyone out there in the audience, or anyone out watching this debate, do you think the tax system is fair? The fact is that I said nobody making under $400,000 had a single penny increase in their taxes, and it will not. And if I'm re-elected, that will be the case again. But this guy has increased your taxes because of the deficit. Number one, he's increased inflation because of the debacle he left after the way he handled the pandemic. And he finds himself.
Before, he's kind of just talked about himself. But now he's actually going on the attack, but on good things. And it'll show the American people the faults that Trump has. So that's kind of what's...
And then on the flip side, how do you think Trump's been handling himself? How do you think he's done in the debate so far?
Well, I mean, a little biased. Trump hasn't been my favorite candidate. He's kind of seemed like he's rambling, using the talking points from his campaign, and just kind of really leaning on into the migration crisis. When the question came up of how would he support the African American population, he said that migrants are taking both Hispanic and Black people's jobs, which is like choose one or the other. You know what I mean? So that's he's not doing great tonight.
We've still got a little bit to go, but has there been anything really stand out you think was really notable to you?
They kind of bickered a little bit in the middle of it, so I thought that was pretty interesting. And the fact that they let it go on as long as what it was, and you really saw that what Biden said, it got under Trump's skin. So I think that was pretty interesting. And he showed his true colors.
I'll try to let you get back here in just a second. I had a question as I was saying that, it just left me. I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine, you're fine.
Maybe what are like top one, top two topics for you during or at the presidential level?
As a first generation Mexican American, I think immigration. We are, well, as far as where I am in Texas, it's kind of like one of the main things that I'm talking about. There was a bipartisan bill supported by both Democrats and Republicans to do a reform on immigration. But then Trump said no, and it got killed. So Trump is saying that, he's wanting to reform, he wants to change the immigration process. But when that was on the table, it was completely dismantled. So he's not, I don't think he's just wanting to kind of shoot themselves in the foot and let it crumble down on its own. I don't think he actually cares.
Were you happy to see it come up during the debate?
Yes. And I think that's one of the issues that everybody here is thinking about. Just because, when Biden came in, everybody said, he had an open door policy, but nothing didn't really change. It was just like migrants thinking there's a Democratic president, he's more welcoming to our town. And now you've seen past few months ago that Biden signed an executive order kind of restricting it, bringing a Trump-era policy back in. So, I mean, and I think he's just doing that to get crossover votes. Because, I mean, we're a few months away from the election. Both I think I saw a recent poll that they're like 0.04 chance of from the polls. So I think right now everybody's just trying to do whatever they can do to kind of bring in the crossover vote.
So with the debate, there isn't really a winner and a loser, but do you feel like one of the candidates has maybe stood out a little more than the other one so far?
Yeah, definitely. And for me, it's Biden. And I'm really surprised by it. Because usually, Trump is very outgoing, outspoken, and he's not afraid to really show his true colors. But Biden has really kind of put some sharp teeth in and really been on it. I mean, you could really see Trump's facial expressions and going off in the camera because he's getting under his skin. So, I mean, I think Biden has been doing a pretty good job on calling him out on his errors.
Second to last question. Well, actually, last question, I guess. Could if you're willing, could you share your age with me?
Yeah, I'm 21.
Awesome. Oh, so this will be your first presidential?
Yes.
I guess then I do have one more question.
Yeah, go ahead.
One of the most famous debates is the John F. Kennedy and Richard Nixon debate. It was the first televised one, and lots of things like that. Do you think this one, maybe not to that level, but do you think this will be a debate that kind of makes the history books?
From what I've gathered from other people, they are interested in this debate. I mean, there's some people are going to be like, it's kind of chaotic. It's going to be like, the reason I came because I thought it was going to be funny. But I was surprised that actually the dialogue they have been having, I think historical records, just from like kind of like the memes that people have been reaching out to, and everybody's wanting to know. I mean, I feel like this election is really going to set the precedent for the next 10, 15, 20 years, because a lot of things can happen in one administration. Not a problem. Thank you.
Did it end?
Oh, it ended?
Is that it? I don't know. Did it end?
Did the debate end?
Oh. I'm sorry.
It was just...
Oh, awesome. Thank you, sir.
Oh, you're going to do the opening. Okay. All right. Say your next.
Yes.
Okay, I'll stand on this side right over here. We're going to have her first and then you.
Oh, okay. Sounds good.
Fantastic.
Hello, I'm Ty. It's nice to meet you. Thank you for talking.
As far as the borders, it's really sad that, I think it's sad for the people coming in because they're not really being treated well. I mean, they're getting everything, but it's not what makes people really function, honestly.
Was there a key moment or key issue that came up tonight that really jumped out at you?
Some issues. I just think our country. I think our country, the embarrassment. I think we are very embarrassing right now, and I don't think we are safe at all. I think our country is very vulnerable, and I think people know that it's a joke that we're safe and whatever the right is, that it's a joke.
Thank you so much for your time. Man, what is your name, your first and last name?
Do I need to give that?
You do.
Oh, okay. Why are you using this? I mean, like, I'm not giving you...
Would like to.
Okay, my name's Cheryl Picard.
Will you spell this for me, please?
SHERYLPICARG.
And do you live here in the suburbs, or?
I live in the city.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I do. I live in the area.
Okay, very good. Thanks for your time. Have a great night.
You too.
Thank you.
I will do it if you don't mind.
You will do it.
So,
all right, let's go. Let's get your name first.
My name's Roland Picard.
Okay.
RONPICARD.
Okay. Which suburb do you guys live in, by the way?
Plymouth.
Plymouth. Oh, very good. I live in Canton, so. Yes. Okay, your thoughts, just generally.
Generally, it went about the way I expect. I think it was overblown. I think the idea of them cutting the mics off was going to be a detriment to either one. It was way overblown. But I think one of the key areas I wish is just, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? Because I think across the country, that's what's coming across. Everybody can look at their own bills, their own neighbors. They watch the news, and if you think you're better off than you were 4 years ago, re-elect Biden. Personally, I think we were a lot better off under Trump, so it's probably wrong.
you help me real quick? Could you hold this for me?
Sure.
You should actually do that in the first place. Let's take it candidate by candidate. Start with President Trump. What do you think he did well?
I think the economy was extremely good. COVID was such a one-off. It makes it really difficult to just go by the numbers. I think our economy was great. Foreign policy. We had the same thing. I'm old enough. My first vote was for Ronald Reagan as president. And the same statements were said about him, that he was going to drag us into World War III, and we were going to start all new wars. You know, wars under President Trump.
Thoughts on President Biden's performance?
Again, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? There's no group of people except the people coming over the borders that are better off than they were 4 years ago.
How about how he debated? His, what you heard him say tonight and the way he carried himself. What were your thoughts on that?
If you look at his previous debates, and if you look, he was the youngest senator. You look at some of his speeches back then, there's just a big difference. And it's noticeable when you look at his old. Did he do okay? Yeah. But the bar was so low, I think he didn't have to do much to beat expectations.
Perfect, thank you. One last thing. I asked your wife too. Is there a key moment or a key issue, anything that came up tonight that really struck you?
The one that struck me that I wish was expanded on a little more was Afghanistan. When we pulled out of that, the amount of materials, the amount of military equipment, which contains military secrets, which allows our adversaries to basically, we gave them a gift of billions of dollars worth of technology. I think that was the biggest part for me.
Wonderful. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Have a great night. Thanks. Want to share your thoughts on the debate? Okay.
Not really. It was entertaining, I'll say that.
Okay.
You know?
All right, fair enough.
Yeah. Next one's what, 11 weeks from now? Yeah.
Much closer to the election.
Thanks.
All right, good luck with your election.
Still see those things live because you really cannot change or misword what they're saying if they're saying it live. So I do say that it's very important for people to do that. So it was really refreshing to see that people still like to look at that for sure.
Very interesting. I think this is my last question for you. I think maybe a lot of people know the John F. Kennedy and Nixon debate. It's very famous. Do you think this one will live up to being remembered in the historical record, or like most presidential debates kind of just fade into a bygone thing?
I think it's kind of funny that you mentioned that because, with the way that things were running first for Biden, how he was stuttering, how he was kind of losing his brain of thought, I would say, I can see the comparisons from the Nixon debate and JFK debate. I think a lot of people know that JFK ran and he won because he was more young. So definitely an interesting debate. Probably just not lived up.
Totally. If I ask something and you don't feel super comfortable with it, just say, can we skip that one? And I'm going to jump to the next thing because don't worry about it. It's totally fine.
Surprise and shock look sometimes. The eyes, the very stiff face, the very stiff hands. They're all very, very prominent signs of what's going on. And I feel bad for him as a human being, quite frankly. And I also feel the people that have put him in the position that he is in are not very nice people. It's almost like elder abuse.
And then President Trump's performance, how would you describe it, or what were your thoughts on it?
I loved watching his face sometimes. He was just like, I thought he did really well. There were obviously, when you're looking at it, you're just like, why didn't you say this? Why didn't you say that? But I think he did very well. I mean, he is a man that is full of emotion and loves to express himself, and I think he did a really good job at kind of restraining back and listening to what Mr. Biden had to say and trying to counteract the lies that were coming out of Mr. Biden as much as he could.
Yeah, was this a different President Trump that you've seen before on the debate stage or, in public?
Well, he's more restrained on this because, there was no audience for him to feed off of, obviously. And but I thought they did really well. I mean, they knew that the mics would be cut at their time. I mean, how many times did the moderator say, well, you have 82 seconds left or 64 seconds left? So, no, I think he conducted himself really well.
Was there a key moment or key moments that really jump out at you as being important in what happened tonight?
I think I was more, not to use the word shock would be wrong, but to say Mr. Biden his performance is so handicapped by what's going on in his physical and mental health. It's very disheartening. It's very disheartening to see that happening to anybody. My mother-in-law went through that, and yet to see him forced into that public kind of spotlight only to be put on display, the nature of that disease, I just think to me it's shocking that people would put him in that position.
Last one for you. Do you think any voters' minds were changed tonight?
That's an interesting question because I was talking to someone earlier, and he said he had talked to a dozen Democrats that he knew, friends, and they're all like, yeah, we're not watching that. And so I don't know if any voters got changed because I don't know if any Democrats really watched it because they kind of already suspect or know what's going on, and so they don't want to see it again firsthand. And so maybe some independents watched it, and then again his dementia was on full display. So I don't know if it did or not, or maybe it was just all Trump people that watched it and were shouting in their living rooms going, yay, yay, yay.
Thanks, Roseanne. That was great.
You're welcome.
Really appreciate your time, and thanks for letting me come by tonight.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You have a great night.
Okay.
What's that? Oh, I'm with the Associated Press, AP. Yeah. Oh, exactly. Good answer. Yeah.
You have to come watch it.
It's not bad. It's not bad at all.
still showing well. I think it has a lot more to do with his physical condition.
Do you think that he'll show up for the second debate?
Gavin's looking. They're all lined up. They're all lined up
Everyone
together.
take a little step back. Like a little step back.
Excellent.
We're doing great, guys. We're doing great. Give us 15 seconds. Okay, 20 seconds. Everybody get in the place. Hang on. Hang on. 15 seconds.
And we're going to record it. We asked Danielle to step aside.
1 second. 1 second, guys. Great. Proud to be joined here today with members that fully represent the rich diversity of the Biden-Harris coalition. Look, tonight, I think what you saw coming into tonight, which is a very clear contrast, a very clear choice in this election. What you saw out of Donald Trump tonight is a man who took the stage and lied the entire night, increasingly unhinged throughout the night, and reminded the American people by the end of the debate exactly why they took place 4 years ago. In contrast to that, you saw President Biden take the stage and did exactly what he did over the course of the last 4 years. Fight now, the American case for his historic record of accomplishment. 15 million jobs, 800,000 jobs. The work that he has done since the day he took office to lower costs for Americans, half the cost of $35. The work that he's done to cap prescription drug costs out of pocket for our seniors, $2,000 annually. The work he's going to continue to do in his second term. Donald Trump, you saw somebody who repeatedly refused to say that he would accept the results of the election once again, the same way that he did so in 2020. That played out most violently on January 6th. He is all but promising to do that again during this election. Again, he's already spent his months out on the stump saying that there's going to be a bloodbath since this election. He reminded the American people in prime time of that very pledge to talk about the fact that Roe v. Wade, the overturning of Roe v. Wade, was a great thing. Once again, as he's out on the stump every day, talking about the fact that these extreme state-level abortion bans are playing out brilliantly. That is the fundamental contrast that the American people saw as this debate played out over the course of the night. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to...
Hello, everyone. So, I represent Texas, and we know that abortion is invalid. And to be clear, tonight we saw two things. People can choose between a con-in-chief or a commander-in-chief. And so what we saw was someone who sat up there and was acting as if he was some used car salesman that wanted to just tell us whatever and pretend as if it was fact. The reality is that our president submitted to you what looks like substance. The substance of the issue is simple. We have somebody that is bragging about the fact that he took Roe v. Wade away from us. Whereas we know the next step. They've gone after Mifrestone. They want to go after contraception. And unfortunately, in the state of Texas, they're talking about instituting the death penalty. What the American people have to decide is that they're going to choose themselves. This election isn't about all of the lies that Trump is selling you. What it's about is the facts. The facts are that he took that right away from us, and he wants to take more rights away from us, and he did not shy away from it. Every time he didn't want to answer a question, he just decided to deflect. The reality is that people are dying. We had over 26,000 women that were impregnated in the state of Texas alone in the last year since the Dobbs decision as a result of rape. That is unacceptable. You all know the story of Kate Cox. You know the story of Dr. Denard. You know the story of women that are potentially losing their lives. And so there is only one clear choice, and that clear choice is Joe Biden and the blue team. And that's exactly why we're here.
All right, Senator, we are now going to Senator Warnock.
Can we talk about the president's performance?
I'm not going to take any questions.
We're going to go through the run.
Elections are about the character of a nation. They are about jobs, they're about the economy, they're about war and peace, a whole range of issues. But at the end of the day, it's really about the character of a country. And the American people got a chance tonight to be reminded about the character of Donald Trump, a man who stood there and lied for 90 minutes straight. But what I was also struck by was by when he did not ask a question. that had something to do with the lives of the ordinary working class people that I represent here in the state of Georgia. Did you notice he never answered the question? When he was asked about child care, which is a real issue in this country. A lot of people can't get to work because they don't have child care. He didn't have an answer for that. He tried to take credit for capping the cost of insulin and prescription drugs. Well, I know that's a lie because that's my bill. I passed it, and Joe Biden signed it into law. When it came to anything having to do with ordinary people, he reminded us that this man wants to do the only thing that he's ever done, and that's focus on people like himself. That's why he passed a tax cut that went to the richest of the rich on the backs of ordinary, working class, poor people, middle class people. We passed a tax cut, the largest tax cut for middle and working class people in American history. He's trying to divide us. And we've got to make sure that we stand up as a nation, stand up for the American covenant, pluribus unum, out of many. One, we should always be afraid of somebody who's telling us to be afraid of each other. That's Donald Trump. America is better than Donald Trump. I believe that come November 5th, the American people are going to stand up once again and prove it as he did in 2000.
Is the president the best
We're now going to go. We're going to get to everybody's questions. We're going to get to everybody's questions. We're now going to go to Governor Newsom.
Thank you all, and I'll associate myself with many of the comments that were just made. To me, that was just daylight and darkness. I'm a little old-fashioned. I care about substance. I care about policy. I care about facts. I care about people being accountable to their lives. What I saw tonight was Donald Trump, weakness masquerading as strength. Gating, pointing fingers, and more important than anything else, disgusted by the fact that I heard ex-President of the United States talk down. President, on the substance, on the compare and contrast and economic record, we're just in the last 3.5 years, that 15.6 million jobs represents 8 times more jobs than the last 3 Republican presidents combined. 3% GDP growth, which is envy of the world, where we're seeing inflation tamed down 2/3, an economic policy and a vision for the future to bring back American manufacturing. I was very proud of the president. So from my humble perspective, this is not about style. This is about delivering results for the American people. And tonight, I think Joe Biden not only asserted himself, he reminded people of his accomplishments and his vision for the future.
Policy question, sir.
Look, I think first of all, tonight was a clear contrast between a good man that we believe in, that is going to win re-election, and a con man, a criminal, and a traitor to this country. Let's also be very clear. Donald Trump tonight doubled down on his anti-immigrant rhetoric in the debate. He called somehow that immigrants are creating a rat nest in this country. The word that is offensive to the Latino community and to immigrants who have helped build the United States. As an immigrant myself, I'm disgusted at his rhetoric tonight. He's the most anti-Latino president that we have had in decades. And one other thing, he also tonight lied again, especially about COVID and the pandemic. I lost 2 parents to the pandemic. One was actually a healthcare worker, my mother. And Donald Trump stood up there and lied about the pandemic while he was telling people to inject bleach, to not take the vaccine, and cause more harm to this country when he was president than any president that we have seen. So Joe Biden tonight did what he needed to do, which was deliver a message about substance. We're proud of him, and we're going to win in November.
Policy question. And we're going to get to everybody's questions.
Governor, will you and Brett not running? I want to make something very clear. The most embarrassing moment in our country's history was 2016, the day Donald Trump was elected. If we are unfortunate enough to put him in the White House again in 2024, it would be an unthinkable tragedy. This man has one policy position, and it's to keep himself out of prison. We saw tonight that he does nothing but lie.
Do not let the fact that he lies loudly and with impunity blind you to the fact that he is a traitor to this country. We have seen him betray this country. And we know that the people who know him best cannot support him. He's the same man now as he was when I was a child. He's incapable of changing. And if we let him anywhere near the levers of power again, that would be one of the worst mistakes this country could ever make. And I believe at that point, the American experiment would be over. We must re-elect President Joe Biden. Thank you.
What about Joe Biden and Donald Trump? Donald and the House are talking tonight in Washington about replacing.
Who's talking?
Can you speak up a bit?
What's your golf handicap?
Everyone's questioning his performance.
Well, how about the substance? Again,
But it's the do you think voters understood the substance of his message? If you're asked, would you be willing to take that position? Everyone take on Donald Trump.
never turn my back.
Are you ready to take on Donald Trump? Senator Warren, any concerns about his fitness for office?
No. I spent a lot of time with him. I know Joe Biden. I know what he's accomplished in the last 3.5 years. I know what he's capable of. I know his vision. And I have no trepidation.
Are you capable of taking on Donald Trump?
Senator Governor Biden.
We can talk about
the reason, if I may, the reason that we're asking about this.
It's deliberate. I know. It's deliberate. They don't want to do it. Absolutely.
Christine, you're dead in the water now. So.
You want me to go in?
I can't. I haven't got any more risks on there. I think we
Why should voters maintain their confidence?
You're good.
Yeah, nobody wants to come out there and talk about it.
Swimming, at least they're not.
Absolutely. You got my the right pocket. There you go.
They expect to lose 20 or 30 seats in the House because Joe Biden would be such a drain on the ticket. Moreover, Joe Biden didn't articulate any clear message. I think the thing that Joe Biden got most exercised about tonight was this golf game. Not the fact that Americans are being killed by illegal immigrants, not the fact that prices are rising, inflation is crushing the American household. President Trump has solutions for these problems, and it's why his demonstration of those solutions, I think, showcased the most impressive debate performance in American history. Yep.
Congressman Gates, yeah. How did Trump perform tonight? Do you feel like Biden is able to recuperate from after the effects of this debate?
After this debate, I think we're going to have to identify Joe Biden by his dental records, because it was a bludgeoning. Like, Joe Biden couldn't articulate a border message, an economic message. He could barely get through his own name. It was a waterfall of words, and the American people deserve an energetic president, someone with boldness and vision and a real plan. Trump showed his plan on taxes, on regulatory reform, on the border, and on trade. Trade deals that will ensure the American worker is able to advance. I think that right now there is deep and wide panic in the Democratic Party over the state of their nominee, and for good reason. Yep. All right. Thanks, guys.
Is that right?
Bien, campeón. Bien. ¿Tú lo lanzas? Lo lanzo.
He's not running for the White House. He's running from the jailhouse.
Right behind you, Senator.
Senator. The president was focused on
Senator.
He's got a concern about the president's question.
Let him out.
I think I answered your question.
Rafael Warner, de senador federal por Georgia. Es que no te quiero amarrar con el micro. الخضوع للاختبار إذا كان تعاطى المنشطات أم لا، ولكن حتى يعني أيضا ترامب هو يصدر بايدن فقط بأعوام قليلة يعني، ولكن يعني حتى اللحظة بطبيعة الحال يجب أن ننتظر قليلا لنعرف ردود على الأفعال، لأن هناك بعض التخوف من أداء بايدن. ترامب بدأ أكثر حنكة، حتى وإن كان ترامب بايدن هو لديه من الأولى لديه هذا كان أكثر ولكن استطاع ترامب أن يؤمن في هذا الانتخابات بشكل كبير في قضايا تخص الداخل متى يمر هو بطبيعة الحال بداية حتى وإن كان
representing us for this election. This is something that's important that is very
Joe Biden failed Donald Trump passed with flying colors. President Trump
Well,
that Biden
Maybe not that.
Do you think the people in Georgia? I do, and I certainly come away knowing that Donald Trump is the true winner and the leader.
And how do you feel about your new position right now? How are you doing? Any plans looking to November?
Well, I'm honored to be here. We're working hard. We're raising a lot of money. We're making sure we have a free, fair, and transparent election, and I think that's vital to the future of the country.
So what did you think of his performance?
What did you make of that? I just have to do a live.
Senator.
What do you think of it?
I did actually. Oh, wow. Okay. I did actually apply to go to your show. That's important.
I'm sorry.
Who would you want to see appointed in your Senate seat if you were opposed to me?
Americans' opinion. Partisan I don't You gonna wait till she's finished, or?
I think it's basically good.
Hey, I couldn't hear, but I got close to the Democratic screen. Darryl was there, but he couldn't hear, so. Yeah, I just saw. But I wanted to see where you're at. Do you feel like you want to continue news gathering, or the one window we have is 11:30 or 11:30.
Okay, and I've got.
Do you feel like you have a good 2 minutes? Yeah. Oh, there he is. Up here.
Also, all the cameras were ran today.
We're not. He went that way.
Always do. Is he gonna come out?
Sure.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah, I'm listening. That was part of me.
That's kind of what I
Trump. You're waiting for and then how they get it, I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's mainly debate. We can't really get into spin because spin room is an interesting dynamic for sure. Yeah, and Democrats. Yeah, so I think that has to be a separate because we're going to break this down. And I like how those areas. We'll effectively film them all and then try to see which ones people are the most sure about for like a quick 60-second version. So, let me have someone there, but the best way for me to do this, I think, switching recorded on the same feed. That's right now we got a lot of standard gates. I got stuff I got for Trump. I really wanted to know advance and really you get them on film? It's so difficult. I'll be around. Hello, Navarro. I don't know what I'll make sure that people know.
And I got
Definitely use it up
and I have him direct the chat space. I asked him
Yeah, let me know where that's there.
He knows you.
I'm sure that it's going to be live.
They let us No, we have to go back from behind. Unfortunately. Yeah, there's one person finishing up their hit right now. So we can get up there, practice, kind of go to the tape, and this was fun. This was cheating. I can come back down and get more Republican reaction, I guess.
Fabulous.
So yeah, go this way and around. So unfortunately our only way. So yeah.
We're going to take a short break. When we come back, Vice President Harris will be. Sunday on the whole story. Shotguns and American warriors dive into the debate between constellations, fishing, and shark hunters. The story of Harrison Cooper, Sunday at 8 on
no children, and no casinos. We actually have reinvented ocean voyages, designing all-inclusive experiences for the thinking classy. Viking, voted world's best by both Travel + Leisure and Condé Nast Travel. Learn more at Viking.com.
Every new scandal is cancelled on a different scandal until you become president. It's an ancient tactic called politics. Not all elections are created equal. Some are much worse than others.
Get in the car. Let's go. Your defenses. Aura tells you your temperature is higher than normal, how to improve your sleep, or if your heart rate shows signs of stress, so you can decide to push yourself or to lie in. You're smarter, stronger, healthier with the Aura Ring. Getting a walking tub for you or someone you love? Now is a great time to take a look at getting a Safe Step walking tub. With Safe Step's standard heated seat and new fast fill faucet, you can enjoy a nice warm bath up to 20% faster.
And the convenient touchpad control is right at your fingertips.
Each tub comes standard with a dual hydrotherapy system. The 10 water jets can help increase mobility, relieve pain, boost energy, and improve sleep. While the MicroSoothe advanced air therapy system oxygenates and softens skin.
Safe Step walking tubs are built to maximize safety, so you can stay in your home and enjoy the comforts of bathing with you.
So call now for more information and a free, no-obligation consultation. There's never been a better time. That's 1-800-209-8094.
The first debate of the 2024 presidential campaign is now history. The fallout from it is just getting started. Joining us now is Vice President Kamala Harris. Madam Vice President, thanks for being with us. CNN's John King has described panic inside the Democratic Party right now because of President Biden's performance in tonight's debate. He's been hearing from Democratic lawmakers and others around the country. Some within your own party are wondering if President Biden should even step aside. What do you say to that?
Listen, first of all, what we saw tonight is the president making a very clear contrast with Donald Trump on all the issues that matter to the American people. Yes, there was a slow start, but it was a strong finish. And what became very clear through the course of the night is that Joe Biden is fighting on behalf of the American people, on substance, on policy, on performance. Joe Biden is extraordinarily strong. And that's
on substance and policy and performance tonight. I mean, the president's performance tonight clearly was disappointing for his supporters. CNN is reporting Democratic lawmakers watching the debate were worried about the president's performance. One said it was a disaster, another called it a train wreck. Those are Democrats, especially worried that Biden did not punch back on Trump's lies.
Listen, people can debate on style points, but ultimately this election and who is the president of the United States has to be about substance. And the contrast is clear. Look at what happened during the course of the debate. Donald Trump lied over and over and over again, as he is wont to do. He would not disavow what happened on January 6th. He would not give a clear answer on whether he would stand by the election results this November. He went back and forth about where he stands on one of the most critical issues of freedom in America, which is the right of a woman to make decisions about their own body. He has been completely ambiguous and all over the place about where he stands on that issue, despite the fact that he hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade, and that's exactly what they did. And just 3 years ago, we commemorated the 2-year anniversary of Dobbs, wherein women across our country have been denied emergency health care, have suffered miscarriages to the point.
But the President of the United States is not able to make that case to Donald Trump on the stage tonight. I mean, you debated against then Vice President Trump, Vice President Biden 4 years ago, and he was a very different person on the stage 4 years ago when you debated him. You must, I mean, that's certainly true, is it not?
Anderson, the point has to be performance in terms of what a president does. A president who is fighting insurrection against the Capitol. I got the point that you're making about a 1.5-hour debate tonight. I'm talking about 3.5 years of performance in work that has been historic. Whether it be infrastructure, the other guy on the debate stage, the person that you saw on the debate stage that has, for the last 3.5 years, up until today, performed in a way that has been about whether it be in the Oval Office, negotiating bipartisan deals, so that we have an infrastructure, a real infrastructure plan where we're putting trillions of dollars on the streets of America to upgrade our infrastructure. Whether it be the person I see in the Oval Office, who is meeting with heads of the military and the intelligence community and in the Situation Room, ensuring the safety of America. The person I see in Joe Biden on the world stage, convening world leaders who often ask for his advice, most recently just during the G7 conference. So I'm not going to spend all night with you talking about the last 90 minutes when I've been watching the last 3.5 years of performance.
But this was a debate that your campaign wanted. You pushed for this debate at this moment. Obviously, you can't honestly say, I mean, can you say that you are not concerned at all having watched the president's performance tonight?
It was a slow start. It's obvious to everyone. I'm going to take that home. I'm talking about the choice in November. I'm talking about one of the most important elections in our collective lifetime. And do we want to look at what November will bring and go on a course for America that is about a destruction of democracy, electing a man who is said to be a dictator on day one, or do we want to continue on a course that's about strengthening America's economy, building and creating 15 million American jobs, over 800,000 manufacturing jobs? I doubt that this is the afterplay for the debate, this conversation that I'm in, and I understand why everyone wants to talk about it, but I think it's also important to recognize that the choice in November between these two people that were on the debate stage involves extraordinary stakes. And there's one person on that stage who has the endorsement of their vice president, and that's Joe Biden. Mike Pence is nowhere to be found in supporting Donald Trump, and that's why he has to look for someone else to run with him, who, as we know, will embolden and rubber stamp whatever he wants, because they're going to have to make a choice to not be Mike Pence and to put Donald Trump over their country.
Neither person on that stage tonight made the argument as coherently as you just did. You mentioned reproductive rights. I'd like to just play that exchange that we saw tonight.
There will be no you have late-term abortion. You can do whatever you want, depending on the state. You can do whatever you want. We don't think that's a good thing. We think it's a radical thing. We think the Democrats are the radicals, not the Republicans. For 50 more years, that was the law. 50 more years, constitutional scholarship said it was the right way to go. 50 more years, and it was taken away because this guy was very conservative members on the Supreme Court. Takes credit for taking it away. What's he going to do? What's he going to do, in fact, if the MAGA Republicans, the U.S. elected, and the MAGA Republicans control the Congress, and they're passing a universal ban on abortion, period, across the board, at 6 weeks or 7 or 8 or 20, something very, very conservative. If you're going to sign that bill, I'll veto it. Go sign it.
To someone who watched this debate tonight and has serious concerns about the President of the United States, what do you say to them about what they just said?
They saw the fact, they witnessed the fact that if Donald Trump were elected to be President of the United States this November, he will sign a national abortion ban. Take him at his word. He said he would when he was president before. He said if it came to his desk, he'd sign it. There's no reason to believe anything would change. A national abortion ban means that folks in New York, California, Maryland, all these other states that have protected the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have the government tell her what to do will be at risk. That's what you should take away from that discussion.
And just
Joe Biden is very clear. He signed back into law the protections of Roe v. Wade.
the person we saw tonight, the president we saw tonight on that stage, is that how he is every day?
The Joe Biden that I work with every day is someone who, as I have said, has performed in a way that has been about bringing people into the Oval Office, Republicans and Democrats, to compromise in a way that is extraordinary these days because it just doesn't happen, but Joe Biden can make it happen. The Joe Biden I see is someone who goes to our allies around the world and strengthens NATO to the point that there are 2 new members of NATO who, just about 4 years ago, people said, is NATO even have a reason for existing? The Joe Biden I know is someone who has delivered 800,000 new manufacturing jobs and bringing manufacturing back to the United States, not shipping jobs out like Donald Trump did. So that's the Joe Biden I know. Thank you. Good to be with you.
Back to the panel, joining us as Biden biographer Evan Osmond. Evan Osmond, you have watched President Biden a lot. What did you make of tonight's performance?
Yeah, I don't think there's any other way to put it. This was clearly a person who was diminished from where he was on the debate stage 4 years ago. I think for a lot of Americans who don't follow politics closely, they saw that and they were shocked. And yeah, I will tell you, Anderson, what I see now and over the course of the next few hours and days is it's going to come down partly to how Joe Biden makes sense of this, because his self-mythology